Hey guys, hello to Automat Live Coding, and today we have so something fun happened yesterday. So Tyler here, it seems he posted Automat to Hacker News and it actually got pushed to the front page. So we got a lot of feedback from people here in discussions. I think somebody posted an issue in the GitHub. Actually, 2 issues. Oh yeah, absolutely, OS X, we need OS X. We got just an avalanche of stars, which is, yeah, for me, a good benchmark for stars is that I have another repository which contains a driver for gaming mouse. This one. So once Automat crosses 115 stars, this is going to be like... It's funny because the driver I wrote in a day, right? And Automat I'm writing for more than a year now. Yeah, so big thanks to Tyler for kind of pulling the attention towards Automat and yeah, just putting it out there. So today we will go through those discussions here and we will take some notes. So because a lot of those things are things that we could actually improve, like things that we could learn from. There is a lot of very smart people on Hacker News. So that's one. So we will check out the comments, then we will... we have to fix the release, because I've noticed that the release actually comes from last week. It probably wasn't triggered after I changed the location of Automat directory, so this will be easy, like 15 minutes to fix. I don't know what the issue is, but I bet it's going to be easy. So we will have to fix the timer. I've actually read through all those discussions already. Some of them were pointing some issues with the website, and I think one of the issues from here, yeah, this is another issue on the website. So we'll also try to fix them. So about the website, I know a lot of people kind of focus on the website because this is the stuff that's easy to view, easy to share. The website is really not important for us. The website is just the interface to GitHub, really. And like, we have the roadmap, right? And I guess there the website is specified as, like, this is the place for... It's not for developers, really. It's more for users, and Automat is really not quite ready for users, so really not that just interested in making the website so polished, and you know, it doesn't really have to sell any product. We're not trying to get anybody to buy anything. So there was something like a video playback, and double clicking. And after we do that, we will focus on the main topic for today, which is choppy rendering infrastructure. Which we almost have. So we managed to force our rendering pipeline to work in this command collection stage and then command execution stage. This is a super powerful concept because this allows us to render stuff remotely. Like the step from the stuff that we already have to like remote rendering. So Automat could be accessed in a browser if we kind of pull this to its like natural conclusion. Yeah, so this is our current kind of top project, and those are the small tasks. So let's see. Comments. So we have all talk. I haven't tried it, but I would like to try to have all talk read for us. This looks good.
So let me get this straight. Not only does it not explain what it is, it's a bit of a puzzle to even get to the download links. And then it straight up downloads an Automat which you expect me to run on my computer. Give me more info without me having to pry it out of you through finding your GitHub, which honestly isn't much more descriptive.
Yeah, actually this executable download, it may be a little bit too much. Yeah, because this is a link, right? So I like the fact that we have very short path. I mean, short path from the website to the download. But I guess the stuff that he says is probably... It probably makes sense to not kind of push binary users. It's not very, I would say, respectful, in a sense that at this point the user or somebody visiting the website has no idea what Automat even is. But maybe that's fine. Okay, maybe that's fine. Let's try this one.
I like the website. The little puzzle holds my attention for enough seconds to make me curious. The issue is just the lack of information after you figure it out. I still can't what this software is. It plays games? Is it supposed to be a game-playing AI? Is it a game console? A fantasy console? A game engine?
Yeah. I think as we go on forward, we should probably leave more, like, better cues. To be honest, the fact... it was more of a happy accident that the website kind of plays like a game. The website was supposed to imitate Automat a little bit. I think we kind of went a little bit too hard. But it works out, I guess. There is this comment which honestly I think is... let me read it. Can I increase the speed? I can. Okay.
I wish web designers would understand they do not have unilateral, unchecked power to make my browser do what they want. If they want that power, they're going to have to ship a PDF or a program. The accessibility for this site additionally looks like it's a goddamn nightmare.
Okay, I think I understand. I think this person didn't really spend too much time on the website. I think they thought that the website is the program, or that the website is the kind of product itself. Accessibility, I actually wonder, is the accessibility poor? Because we are using normal HTML markup. I mean, except pictures, obviously, but if you go into inspect here, you can see that there is like a page, okay, and the page is empty here because this is just an image. But the pages which have content, they actually have, you know, text. Anyway. So people are pointing to GitHub. So many people found like the README. That's fine. Oops. So.
If you click on the Moleskine notebook, you can read 7 pages of handwritten notes, though they are full of analogies and exhortations that still don't actually explain what it is.
Another person answers.
I did click on it and got nothing. It appeared to pick up, and then immediately put down the notebook.
This is actually something I also saw when I tested this with my family. They also expected the click action to work. So I think we should add some click kind of feedback so that when people do this, I think what we could do is when you just click it, we could just throw it to the side a little bit. Because this tells that, hey, those objects can be dragged. Just a little jig to kind of, there is a very subtle feedback that we can give on click to signal that this is draggable. This is actually a very good thing. Oh yeah, and there is this issue.
However, if you double-click and it zooms in, there is no way to zoom out to actually see both sides of the notebook.
So we have to fix the double-click issue.
I don't think you are the intended audience for this. I also don't think the project is finished. It is great to see projects like this, clearly a labor of love, rather than beaten out of someone for some faceless corporate website. It is always the experiments like this.
Yeah, this comment just makes me...
That you remember, 99 of the web is a forgettable experience. Props to the creator for sharing this with us.
Yeah, thank you. This is so nice to kind of read stuff like that. This is an interesting one.
If I have to sit and think about what to do on your website without reading a manual, then it has already failed the user experience part.
Yeah, there is this view of website design that, or not just website design, it's just a principle of design. Okay, I don't know how to find it, but the idea was that a good design means that the user can approach a product without thinking and they will immediately know how to use it. I think so there are actually two things here. I think we are used to websites looking like this Alltalk website, for instance. And this feels natural for us right now. It's more of like idiosyncrasy that we kind of acquired. I don't think this is... I think this is really, intuitive or natural. I also, when I was trying this with people who don't use computers, every time, who are not experts, they also had these issues where they were just clicking stuff. Like I mentioned, they didn't expect that things are draggable, and they were very cautious. They didn't want to touch anything. They were looking for text, because the text explains how to use the interface. So, let's say less technical people were looking for text explanation, and they were proceeding very carefully, not clicking anything, unless they kind of knew what it will do. And more, let's say, digital natives were more adventurous, like when using the website. But still, this is a little bit unintuitive, which is ironic, given that it's also skeuomorphic.
This style of website will be rife soon. There's more and more popping up. Even yesterday, I was looking at TTS-ed, tilde-sen. These websites would have been super hard to resource the assets. But now with Gen AI, it's simple.
Yeah, I agree. So the part about resourcing assets, this is something I actually completely disagree. I think it's much harder. I use AI assets, like the player. The player was AI generated. I don't know if you remember, I was doing this on stream. Oh, and the napkin was AI generated. But doing those two things, it took me like 5 times more time than getting those things, which are photos. So it was actually easier to capture photographies of those objects than generate them with AI. Because the AI is it's like cat herring. It wants to go its own way. See this one?
When I was at university, Flash was very popular. Websites like this were our main projects. It was easy to make them team projects. They asked us to split between programmer and designer. The designer had to create the assets. We had a photo lab, and the designer was sent into town to take photos. We weren't allowed to use stock images, which would have speeded up the process. However, it was still relatively simple for young adults to create the elements. AI is cool. And yes, it will make everything faster. But I don't think the wall here was feasibility. It's more that the skeuomorphism trends ended, and the market was saturated with highly dynamic interactive websites, thanks to Flash making them easy to manage. It's nice to see it coming back. It was a lot of fun creating them.
I was also around during that time. I remember Flash. Flash was being right, but I don't think it was as ubiquitous. Maybe I'm just reading this differently than the author intended. So Flash was there, but it was just a fraction of website. Maybe 5% of websites used Flash in a visual sense, because Flash was also used as a technique for bringing in like advanced features into websites, like audio playback or clipboard access, or the ability to download dynamically generated stuff Flash was like a backdoor into JavaScript before JavaScript had facilities to do those things.
A lot of people's personal sites are still like this. The trend never really bucked for that. Although it's more the websites for designers and artists rather than developers. There are also websites that showcase these types of websites, although I don't know any anymore. I have to say, building these kind of websites is more fun now in HTML than Flash because you aren't constrained to a fixed viewport. And HTML has surpassed in Flash in features, and you have WebGL and WebAssembly and other fun things well, except a nice IDE with a timeline.
Yeah. Flash had a really amazing developer experience. This is something that I still don't know any development environment that would be on par with Flash. I would say it was better than even Delphi, like visual, the Windows GUI and IDEs, Visual Studio.
It's really not that hard to do. The big trade-off here would be SEO and performance. So although they are good art projects or infographic type sites, it's fairly useless for other things.
True, SEO is probably bad here. I'm not sure if we should actually use SEO as an objective. I mean, it's not a great incentive to compromise your product, just like compromise the project, just to make it more discoverable. Maybe it should be. I don't know. This is actually a trade-off.
Okay, so hard is a subjective quantifier. I should have said time-consuming. Look at the link I shared. With Gen I, the amount of time involved would be a fraction compared to doing it without. I'd bet one when including things like concept development and development.
Let's try this link. Yeah, with this, I have to agree. Doing this without AI would be very, very difficult. But it doesn't necessarily have to be AI. Those pictures could actually be authentic. I don't see any telltale signs of AI. Or maybe... Oh yeah, actually I do. This is slightly This could also be a mix. Prompting AI to generate images in a specific style is actually a lot of work and a lot of time. So AI art still requires some effort. It's not that you just put a prompt and out comes a perfect picture. All of this transparency, AI doesn't generate stuff with transparency. Very nice website. This scroll trick is super nice. Oh, so somebody asked how this was built. We've been building this on stream, so There's a recording
I
of that.
can't imagine the way you build this website is the same way you build your static sites or a landing page. Is it WebGL? Looks extremely complex, to be honest.
Oh, sorry, I did respond there, but there is another comment which I think is very interesting, which happened at exactly the same
The
time.
trick is to use a game engine or something similar, not vanilla CSTML.
And
Flutterweb would work well here. Once Safari's WebAssembly GC support gets merged, you will have a lot of options.
the author is actually correct in a sense that something like game engine is necessary. The thing is, HTML and the DOM object model, this is already a little bit like a game engine.
The Tabo says,
Hello, Chesh. I heard about Flash. It was a great piece of software, especially that all animation could be done on vector images.
Yeah. It was so influential. There were whole TV shows, based on Flash animations. Flash also had ActionScript, and the model of execution of the ActionScript, it was so cool because they decided to base the execution model of ActionScript on the concept of animation. So you would have keyframes, and keyframes had ActionScript attached to them. And this is what was controlling the animation. So the animation could proceed normally. The ActionScript could decide to pause the animation or to jump to a different keyframe or to a different scene. I mean that instead of script being this text file, which is, somewhere in some directory, the script was really part of the animation. It was more integral part of the product than even in the regular HTML websites, because in HTML websites, the scripts are kind of to the side. This is like an offline JavaScript file that's just producing the website. It's not it's like the DOM, right? So when we press this and enter DOM, this is when we can actually interact with, the running website. So if we were actually developing websites here in this developer console and then serializing them to disk, this would be more like Flash. There is a mention of dynamic drive. Okay, this is some old website.
An interesting experiment. Very reminiscent
Oh, by the way, hi, Dotivo.
to the early 90s Magic Cap, Microsoft Bob et al. But objects in physical space afford a discoverability that can't be replicated here. And the metaphor thus quickly and inevitably becomes a burden.
So this is true. So the skeuomorphism, the point is not to take it as a dogma and follow it, regardless of where it leads. It's a new trick. It can be used when it helps. So for discoverability, which is the topic which was mentioned there, I actually think skeuomorphism, I actually disagree here. I think for discoverability, actually skeuomorphism is very good. When you see a chest or a menu, I think if you properly organize the interface, actually this is the one point where skeuomorphism shines. if there are some quirky interactions, I mean, you need to take the object and it only interacts in a very specific way, then we need hints, right? The user needs to have a signal that, hey, for example, those objects can be dragged and not clicked, or those objects can be kind of put together and they will interact.
This is like 8 TTPs in wikipedia.org wikitoys programming language. About 15 years ago, I used to teach high school students that came along to my university. To get a taste of it, a session called How to Write a Computer Game in 10 Minutes using eTools. I found this was the fastest way to get all of those tech-savvy teenagers an experience of writing computer programs instead of learning word processing and spreadsheets they did in design technology. As an extra, I got them adding track sensors to control steering with artificial intelligence. So isn't this a fancy version of HTTPs? In wikipedia.org wiki scratch programming language.
So there are some concepts here. So the last question, I'm not sure if it's rhetorical or not. In computer science, in computer programming, everything is a different version of the same thing, because under the hood we are just trying to program a computer. It's just we're trying different interfaces to do this. Some interfaces are more intuitive for kids. Some of them are faster at specific kinds of tasks. But it's really, everything is a fancy version of something else. But eToys is probably something very close to Automat. It's a small talk environment. There is a concept of the image. Automat also likes images. We have also sort of an image, the JSON file.
I think that what can be done with the object on PC's web browsers can be done by changing cursor icon. But on mobile it's more tricky. In games often you have some hints like ghost fake cursor showing what you should now.
Yeah. I can show you something. So I have a different prototype from a very, very long time ago.
Saxon says,
Hello. Where
Hey.
do you live? What city? I want picture with you. We love you.
Device not authorized. Let me try again. Okay. So this is a program I wrote like 10 years ago. Unfortunately, I don't have a license for my own program, so I cannot really use it beyond 30 seconds, but 30 seconds should be enough. Like, there was like one trick which works very well for touch interfaces, which I think we will use in Automat a little bit more. It's that when there are some areas on the screen which can be very easily accessed by if you're holding the phone in two hands. Again, if you're holding the phone in two hands, and when you do this, it can... So normally I am in this like canvas interaction mode, so I can create objects on screen, right? I can connect them. But when I press this button on the bottom, it switches the interface to a different mode, and now I can like move the screen around. And the like position of the first finger allows me to zoom in and zoom out, and the other finger can, you know, control the canvas. I think something like that could... this is a modal interface. So you use one finger to switch the interface to a different mode, and then you can interact with it in a slightly different way.
Says, hello Secures. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so some people didn't made it through the website. I'm actually very interested in how this looked from their perspective. I would love to see some user studies, but we are focusing on the website. The website is actually not that important. The website is just the website. We were working on Automat, not the Automat's website. Yeah. And see, even the explanation that we give. So somebody asks, let me play this back. Somebody asks,
What even is it? I read the GitHub repo, but that explains nothing about what it actually is.
Somebody responds,
From the GitHub readme, Automat's objective is to be able to semi-autonomously play a variety of games. It's the first step towards a more general environment for interacting with computers. Currently, Automat's functionality is limited to keyboard macro recording playback. It's fairly unstable, but if you're lucky and it runs on your machine, it can be useful for automating some basic actions.
this is our description from GitHub, but it seems to be...
That's not really helpful. It's software
Oh, but it's a different person answering, but okay.
that plays games on its own. But also it's some sort of new DI environment. But also, all it can do is record and play back keyboard macros. What actually is it? Edit. I haven't downloaded it because I don't have access to a Windows PC. But I guess, based on that description, it's basically AutoHotkey with a snazzy E.
They are 100% correct. In terms of explaining Automat, I think we could do a better job at that. I think if they actually read them more carefully, I think the answer is in the sentence. Maybe we should put some words in bold or something like that. But I think a big part of the confusion here is that Automat is not finished. It's not even able to play games, right? And there was a nice comment here.
Finally, I can automate Factorio.
Yeah, hopefully. Strategy games are the hardest. To automate a strategy game, you need a model of the game to play it. You need to predict some actions into the future, not just execute a script, which is often the case in other games.
Yeah, I had no clue what this site was until reading the comments. I saw you could move things on the page around, then gave up because I had no idea what the point was. I didn't even find the GitHub link until I saw your comment, and decided to play around more.
Okay, this is a fun one.
I guess then that this is unrelated to the 1978 Brazilian electronic music LP.
I want to check this out. I need to be careful how much of this I play on stream because the stream is going to be taken down. I already got some copyright strikes, I don't want to have any more. Sorry if this is probably way too loud. The music doesn't sound bad, it's actually alright, like a decent electronic music. Like this is a digression. Yeah. And there is the link to the of our websites.
Totevo says,
What do you think to implement simple version of Automat inside web page? Like 2 or 3 components, which can be connected and even with a nice Easter egg if you connect it to X. Video component.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is actually website is a very good target because it's super portable, right? If it runs in a website, it runs on almost any device that has a screen. The platform is also very stable. WebAssembly is rock solid. If it runs on one browser, it will run on all browsers, basically. So this is a good thing to put on the roadmap. Now, the immediate goal for Automat is to actually play games. When it comes to playing games, browsers. So browser is a blessing and a curse. A blessing because it's easy to run there, but it's a curse because you run in a sandbox. You don't have access to the goodies. You cannot interact with other applications. You have to go through crazy hoops that are designed to limit the impact, the security impact of any website. So something like a WebAssembly based version of Automat. This is useful for like logic. If you want to, if we develop Automat further beyond simple game automation, then WebAssembly is going to become, it's like having a sandboxed interpreter of Python, kind of.
Yoons IMG says,
Hello again.
Hey, hello. But in terms of timing, I would put this somewhere after we get some of the utilities that can be used outside of game automation. I think then WebAssembly port would be nice. Thanks, by the way. This is are you from Kendrayo team? Because you wrote to me on. Maybe you're a different person. Sorry. This random gibberish text is actually, it's not gibberish. This is just a reference to a nice audio track.
I don't get it. What is this supposed to be? Another drag and drop? I am failing to understand the uniqueness of this. Also, if you put the cup on the tape and try to move the tape, the cup removes itself.
Yeah. Actually, so I've implemented this because I wanted to have this idea of a desk and you can pick one object at a time. But maybe it's a good idea to have other objects being also moved when you pick one. So when you have a tape, you put a coffee on it, the coffee jumps, out right now. Maybe it should be carried over with the tape. Yeah. I think people looking at the website, they come from a set of very different backgrounds and they have very different eyeglasses, kind of like some of the people look at the website from a landing page conversion efficiency perspective. So like a product page, because a product page needs a clear call to action, a button. It really needs to, kind of carry the user to the, expected action. Luckily, we are not in this position. I mean, we don't have to do this. This is something that you do if you must, kind of. But there are also people who are just checking stuff out, but checking stuff out in a rush, kind of.
Knight says,
Hey everyone.
Hi, Knight.
It seems that someone has discovered Automat.
Yeah. So nice. So I actually remember that was here. Time down. I didn't see his name, but I remember he was there on the Future of Coding online meetup, and he must have kind of posted Automat to the website, to Hacker News afterwards, which is so nice. Okay, so some people are exchanging tips about how to use the website.
Tatavo says,
I know that web browser is sandboxed, but Cordova or React Native solves some of those problems. Example, Miss Teams app is done in HTML, and you can share screen and give access to your PC. It would be not possible to resolve it in web page, but it would be still possible to show some possible automations with fake object.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. So I can show you a demo of a tiny experiment. So one of the very old prototypes for Automat. How is it called? Automaton. I guess this one. We managed to run this last time, I think. Okay. How do I run Go applications? I totally forgot. Or maybe that was a slightly different. Maybe this is the actual one. It feels like this is the actual one. Okay. So a very simple idea. We can have like a native app running locally, and that app can expose can I drag? Okay, I can move my screen. Okay, I can zoom in and out. So this is an application written in Go, and the whole script from the browser. Can I inspect the sources? this is the whole, it's not that the whole, this is the whole HTML website. So this is the doc type HTML, there is a meta tag, link to favicon, title, canvas, and the script starts. And the script connects a WebSocket back to its original server and displays the drawing commands. So this is all of the JavaScript for the website, and it can render stuff using the canvas. It's not, maybe it's not super responsive, because every frame on every event, every mouse event, is actually sent to the backend, and then the backend is responsible for issuing the draw commands to the browser and then sending them out as JSON. And then the JSON is deserialized and displayed on screen. We can do slightly better, but I mean, in terms of displaying Automat over a web browser, we will use a similar approach. In fact, Skia already has a support for something like this. So Skia has this concept of pictures which can be serialized. So basically, when you create a picture and you draw arbitrary stuff using Skia commands, you can use shaders, you can use 3D graphics, you can use whatever. When you're done, you can actually serialize all of these drawing commands as a buffer of data that can then be transmitted. This is meant for debugging mostly, from what I understand. But we can also use this for local display, so that locally Automat could be displayed in a browser. So in a browser we can have an interpreter which will read this data and display it, and in Automat we can just emit the drawing commands. We are actually already doing this, so we are moving in this direction. The rendering pipeline that we are implementing right now is a very important step in making this possible. There seems to be a bug here. One person reports that...
How do you open the notebook? I can drag it around, no problem. The cursor also changes to a pointy hand when over notebook's right side. But clicking doesn't do anything. Nor does click and hold, then drag it.
Maybe they have JavaScript disabled? I don't know. It's hard to say. Or maybe they are... Or maybe the browser isn't using pointer events. So somebody writes this.
Drag the floppy to the console, and you'll get a download link for the tool. That was very touchy for me. It took 4 or 5 goes to get the floppy in, at least. The tape worked easily. I didn't see the floppy or notebook being able to do anything.
Another person asks...
Got so far, but what does the tool do?
Athul says,
Congrats on getting into Hacker News, love you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really nice, and it's really nice reading through the comments. So somebody responds.
It looks like it's some sort of game-playing AI. Automat's objective is to be able to...
Okay, this is actually something we could clear up. The AI bit. I know AI is popular. In Automat, like, the point is to make it like the AI could be a tool, right? It could be like an object within Automat. But the point is still to have a user like in front of it, and the user should drive everything.
Semi-autonomously play a variety of games. It's the first step towards a more...
Okay, this is our description.
...for interacting with computers. That's not what I got from the notebook, though. From the notebook, I thought it was some sort of new programming paradigm. So I'm confused.
Totolo says,
But why rendering cannot be done in Fey itself? I know that is a different approach and architecture than now, and it means that you have to rewrite quite a lot. But let's think about it a different way. Right now, you have very nice web page. You can port a few Automat's components to JS and do automation of it. Fake game. User will know how it works from your great web page.
I know what you mean. So let's draw some boxes. So there is so most of the time when people are just scanning through the internet, they have just one device, and this is the smartphone or a tablet. There is also this approach where, so there are different, let's say, component setups where we could imagine executing code. So there is a PC also, world, where you have like an application, like a desktop application. And then, I mean there, let's say this is the we would like to execute the Automat core on device so that it doesn't depend on any external like server. Or here when you have a PC, you also want to execute it locally. And we also want to display those things locally. Let's just call this interface. I don't like the word user. Right, we definitely want to have this arrangement. And this, there is one more word. There is also the IoT scenario, where the edge device doesn't have a screen. So we can't really display stuff there. So there we are kind of forced to do it like that. Let me draw components, right? So here is some edge device. doing the alignment. So in the world of IoT, we don't have much choice. This is how the diagram is going to look like. In the smartphone world, we could have this, and I think this is what you mean, to have like a browser which runs Automat core and the interface. We could alternatively have an app, so this could also be like an app. The difference with application is just it doesn't have a sandbox. I mean, it still has a sandbox because mobile operating systems still limit what you can do, but you get more access to the hardware. And we could also do something similar on a PC. So, sorry. So there are different ways that Automat could be running. Right now, this is what we are doing. So running Automat core in the context of a browser, I think it's valuable. Like we should have this. And it would be a nice demo, like you say, because this could be literally the website for Automat. Could be actually implemented in Automat. But I think all of those flows we should support. It's just about what order. So I am definitely starting with this one. I just don't know which one will probably follow. Either IoT or smartphone. I guess smartphone is better for discoverability, so that, like you say, the web page could be demoing Automat.
Yes, that's something what I'm thinking about, but it sounds like a huge task. Because of that, I'm proposing to implement only a few components that way to show how it works. Maybe it can be a mainline in future, but for now, it is more like a project demo of the final product.
We will do this. It's not impossible. Let's see, do I have... I've been playing with mscripten a lot. I know Skia has an mscripten Skia can be compiled for mscripten. By mscripten, I mean mscripten is the compiler, which is usually used for WebAssembly. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, thank you for the suggestion. Yeah, but really we should care about all of them. So the value of the smartphone build of something that runs only in the browser, like what did they actually give us? So this is good for So browser-based environment is good for ephemeral work because it's very easy to open this. You can open this very fast on a new PC. New PC, I mean new smartphone. It's super easy to try out. Very big advantage. The IoT, so it's not purely IoT, this is just remote access. If we go this way, we need to deal with network security, which is a big deal. Like really, the advantage of this one is greater flexibility. Yeah, I'm slowly convincing myself to work on this. I mean, not right now, but before IoT. So the app-based Automat for smartphone. This would be nice because that one would have... This is more dependable. This is more like a personal assistant. I will keep these to the side. Okay, going through more
It's
comments.
like a mini-mist puzzle as a way of consuming content.
It's more of a happy accident that we ended with this puzzle.
What is this wonderful device that takes VHS tapes and floppies?
It feels almost like ZX Spectrum, right? ZX Spectrum used to take tapes, I think. It's an old computer.
Skeuomorphism used analog analogies. I like that this demo uses older computing technology. Generally, I think the time is right for a reversion to richer textured interfaces. GIS are pretty pointless for 90 of the desktop software I use. But if you're not going to do the decent thing and give me a good textual interface, at least give me some eye candy instead of these stale, dreary, flat interfaces.
That's a nice perspective, I guess. Yeah, somebody mentioned the coffee stain.
Kinda wish the coffee mug left a coffee ring when you set it on the napkin.
This is non-trivial to implement. Like, we can do 3D transforms easily. They are super easy, but doing coffee stain is still beyond, the state of the art.
Anyone else who was a child of the early 90s get immediate mist vibes when flipping through the notebook. I think it's the page turn sound effect.
Which is funny because I was actually recording this sound effect, like literally turning the pages of the book. So I guess Mist must have used the same kind of way of doing that.
I was really hoping for a web ode to Horn Hard Art 1, or at the very least, Phoebo 2.
Oh, nice. So there is a network of restaurants called Automat. I think I remember something about laundry machines also being called automats. Okay, so those are like advanced vending machines.
I like how the website is a great visual description of why skeuomorphism is terrible. It's also fun to use.
It would be nice to hear some elaboration there.
Reminds me of Spycraft, the great game. I'm pretty sure it had this kind of interface, complete with the sound effects. Or maybe I am confusing it with another game from that era.
It looks like the game has a window, like it emulates an operating system. So somebody says that.
Interesting. There's a short description of the project in the Moleskine book that you can click through after dragging it into view. Man, I thought that was a dead tablet. The notes within are interesting, though it's not clear to me if Automat itself meets those ideals, or even tries to. From what I understood, the notebook seems to first praise tech that is ubiquitous and enduring, but then rejects web apps due to bloat.
I mean, you've seen how I was kind of compiling the contents of the notebook. It was very chaotic. it's not really coherent story. It's more of a random thoughts.
Is this something like LabVIEW for hippies?
Yeah, it is AutoHotkey for hippies. Good one.
I think it's got a unique, nerdy charm that stands out in the best way.
So nice to hear those comments. So nice.
Future-proofing means to run on any computer.
So this is our explanation.
Some devices will require headless operation. They should still be accessible over some web-based interface. Running on any hardware, let's put SICK the bar at Raspberry Pi SICK, means that every megabyte counts. This eliminates SICK browser-based solutions. At the get-go, how does that conclusion follow from anything that was said?
The conclusion that we eliminate browser-based solutions. So the browser doesn't run on IoT devices. Yeah.
Haters gonna hate. Potatoes gonna potate.
No, I'm trying to be generous. I think it's very easy to read those comments as very negative because they quite often sound like that. But I think when people write them, they don't often have like negative here. Like this could be something that this could be somebody who actually cares, and like they definitely flipped through the notebook, so they explored the website. They just disagree with some of the like logic behind it. So actually this comment that they have here, I think this actually goes back to the stuff that we've been discussing. So the thing is that Automat core, while this could run within the browser, it will be very, very limited. Kind of the point here is to actually bring the user closer to the hardware, and the browser is another layer that stands between, the computational environment and the user. So I want to have, for example, assembly environment within Automat. It's going to be difficult to reconcile this with the WebAssembly execution. That would have to be like WebAssembly assembly. But yeah, so I think maybe I wasn't precise. It's not that browsers are kind of eliminated. Browsers are a part of like existing technology and they are too big to ignore. But they are very limiting. And for executing stuff, like doing the actual computational work, the backend, running backend within a browser is it's just too limiting. It probably can be done. It's just, you will need a lot of backdoors to access the hardware.
It's lovely until I double tapped and accidentally zoomed in with no apparent way to zoom back out again. Otherwise, lovely.
Usually when I'm creating projects, I'm doing TLI version of the app first. And on top of that, I'm building GUI, because it is always great to have possibility to do something from TLI.
Yeah.
I like the Easter egg, where you can drink the coffee if you drag it to the bottom of the screen.
It's actually like the main way to use this. So yeah, this is like the
Just
Easter
came
egg
up with a new
interface.
name for this type of interface. The Easter egg interface in which everything need to be discovered. A bit like walking through us with paths to the south, southeast, and north. And there's an old house there with a mailbox. The flag on the mailbox is raised. The name in vogue a few decades back was Mystery Meat Navigation.
I have no idea what's that. Nice. Yeah. But really, so the user needs to somehow know how to use the interface. The reason we know how to use buttons is that somebody taught us that first. So this is this shared knowledge that we have. But this is not the only way. We can come up with our own crazy widgets, which work differently than regular buttons.
That just sounds like an interface without enough affordances to be understandable to the user. Reminds me of Snapchat, at least when I used it a couple years back. To block a user, just tap and hold their name, then swipe right twice, then turn your phone upside down. A point and click adventure. It's interesting to observe how something so outwardly trivial or whimsical can elicit a visceral agitation born from ignorance.
I think this is about people kind of having just totally different perspectives, like product-oriented perspective. From a landing page, it's a terrible landing page, from a landing page perspective.
You can't put the diskette into the device by pushing it in. Instead, you have to hold it at a position that makes an arrow appear, and when you release it, it will push itself magically.
There could be a small friction there, I agree.
I tried for a while to spill the coffee on everything, but I was never able to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, that would be awesome. Maybe we manage to figure this out eventually. If we have some time, it will be a nice experiment.
Reminds me a little bit of Widget Workshop from the 90s.
Yeah, this looks kind of like Automat. Like, look at that. Sorry, maybe you don't see it. Like even this calculator here. Or a speaker. Yeah, this looks very, very much like Automat. It's just Automat 30 years ago. Maybe we could play this. Oh, and it also has the timer. Yeah, I will try to get this. So maybe on Monday. Is it on GOG? Let me just quickly check. It's called Widget Workshop. I will try to find it, but it looks... Yeah. I'm looking at this and I see some... Look at those switches. Do you see those? Can I see this enlarged image? Okay. Those switches, they look almost like our switch. And the railroads, this is so... This is actually such a good idea. Railroads is like a perfect like metaphor for sequencing stuff. You can just put a railroad and the railroad shows you how something will flow. Okay, we have to play this. Let me put this on the roadmap. Okay, we are almost at the end. Okay, this is an off-topic. So somebody says it was delightful.
I wish there was more.
Yeah, we're working on this.
I'm still stuck on the anachronistic idea of hierarchical menus with text that explains what you're about to do, along with keyboard shortcuts, and, in non-Mac world, mnemonic sequential keyboard shortcuts. High-efficiency symbolic communication, in other words.
Yeah, I'm not against any of that. I think there is like a place for like high efficiency. Like Automat is meant to be high efficiency, so it will have mnemonics like keyboard shortcuts. It will have a menu system. It's on our roadmap. Menu system is actually going to be a very big and very important system because menus themselves will have to be like interactable. It's just if we really want to make this toy world work, we need powerful menu system that can inspect the state of objects, that can like access a lot of hidden functions, because we cannot really show too many options on screen. This is the problem with timeline right now. When we have the timeline widget, if you know video editing software, you know it's just crazy complicated. You need options for cutting like individual strips, cutting like the whole big vertical slices from multiple strips. You need widgets for adjusting the position, adjusting the size, for grabbing groups of, objects. There are plenty of tools that we need to manipulate even the simple timeline. And instead of having 50,000 buttons on screen, which is an option, we could go for that. We can hide the buttons and use menu to access them, it's a trade-off of discoverability versus cleanliness. Yeah, we will try to strike the right balance. So there is a mention of the
There's the name collision with Automat. Automat is a common European word for machine, or vending machine. Many languages have it. Only if the context in which you're writing speaking is such that you are likely to be referring to a historical restaurant genre, or whatever this thing is. Automata was super common in popular culture in the 50s and 60s, the way of the future. I think many people would first think of them, especially without context.
It's funny to me because I had no idea. I searched for this name, Automat, obviously, before I was starting the project, but I never were aware of like the laundry machines, sorry, or the vending machines. Didn't call
I
that.
appreciate the whimsy, but also I don't have the patience to figure out how to do anything with this.
Yeah, I respect that.
The splash page is nearly illegible. The only textual description of what this product is renders partially outside of the viewport. The splash video has a fake LCD effect, and is so small that I can't see what it is demonstrating. What is this thing?
Yeah, sometimes it's super ironic, but making this.
It's 1998 again.
Sometimes making something less accessible makes it more interesting. I had no idea that the website would work like that, but it's nice that it did. Okay, so we have an issue with systemd. I just installed IPython finally. I didn't have this for so long. Let's check the status. Okay, this is disabled. Huh. Why? I was enabling this. Maybe the service is actually broken, yeah. Okay, so this is our log. Blah blah blah. Okay, I think we can change our release script to fetch the. I mean, we already do the fetch. I think we should try to do the fast forward. So, in the release script, okay, I'll be right back. Okay. I will ask Automat for help here. Takes a while to load. So slow. Come on. Give us the commands. Okay. It's nice there is an option for that. Git ff only. Yes, we want to check. In fact, we can try this. Okay, maybe it's not a good idea. I guess it's fine. Let's submit this. And not origin master, origin main. Okay. Commit and sync. Actually, no, we don't want a full sync. We want to push. No. Nothing like that. Nothing like that. Unstage. Okay, so we pushed this stuff in there. I just want git push. Now I can open the root console, or actually not the root console. Let's do this. Let's open one console which follows our service. Okay, it failed, obviously. We need to pull the most recent changes. Mostly documentation and testing. Actually, some tiny changes in keyboard. Now, let's add some empty lines and let's trigger another timer. Should do the fast forward. It looks like it's working. If we haven't been building Automat for a long time, then if we go to actions, build, yeah, this is currently running in progress. But our caches, yeah, our caches have expired. So normally we have a build cache. It will take like 15 minutes to build each of the releases. Okay. Okay, our timer is active and it's waiting. In 2 days it's going to trigger again. Cool. I will keep this open just so that we can see the confirmation that it works, but yeah, like I said, it was an easy fix. Let's see this video playback issue now with the website. Let's see. Interesting. So it restarts the video. A good catch, actually. Yeah. That should not be the case. Let's see what's happening there. So we're looking for a pointer down event, which goes to mouse down function. So we are changing the class. Okay, if the toy is the video player, then we reload the video. Yeah, we should fix that. And this is what we want. So if we're picking the video player, but it's currently playing like one of those videos, this is when we want to restart the playback. And let's test it. So show preview. Okay. Cool. We can submit it. What syntax can we use to close issues? Then we have OS X. It's coming. It's on the roadmap. Actually, what's the name of this operating system? It's called macOS. Yeah, macOS is the name. There will be OS X, don't worry. Okay. Double clicking, yeah. Let me see the website on mobile. So here is our website, right? We can drag stuff. Maybe when clicking on text, it zooms in. Okay, I'm trying to force this to zoom in, but I cannot. I will try on Firefox. I have another device with Firefox. I can try this one. It doesn't seem to work on Firefox. Maybe this is an iOS issue. Okay. I need to ask my wife if I can use her MacBook. Give me a minute. I could also try the mobile perspective here. I have a tablet in front of me. I can try that. This is a Windows tablet. Let me quickly see. Okay, I don't see any zooming here. This must be an iOS thing. So let me see this MacBook. Be right back. So heavy. And so large. I need a moment. Sorry, this is like a separate PC. I cannot even reproduce this thing. Wow, this is so hidden. Okay, two different people reported this issue, but I cannot reproduce it. This must be an iPhone issue, I guess. The thing is, this zooming on some devices, it makes sense to zoom in stuff. Okay, we could try that. Touch action manipulation. It sounds like this is something that we need. So in HTML we have touch action none. So here we will have, what are the options? Okay, skip it as manipulation, and then here we will have none. I think that should fix it, but I cannot reproduce this issue, so it's hard for me to tell. Yeah. Could also be related to the Brave browser. Who knows? Let me add a comment. So the zoom story is unfortunate here because the interface should be zoomable. It's complicated from those two perspectives, technical and metaphorical. Okay, there is a new release on GitHub. Yay! Hopefully, from now on, they will be more stable. Okay, this random jittering of objects. So when we press the pointer, this is my plan. When we press the pointer, I will record the time when the pointer was pressed. And when the mouse is released, mouse up, we have to do this very carefully because this is just a long sequence of checks. So this is when we check whether the toy can be inserted into the video player. We want that to happen, we don't want to mess with that. Else, here we put the toy down. That's kind of the current time. I don't know how long is the typical click, I guess 200 milliseconds. Let's log this. And see if we can actually detect this. Okay, this is milliseconds. I think 200 is a good threshold. Here is where we will throw it, and this should be, we can reuse the code from the eject. I keep getting lost. Click. Where is our click? We are not changing the insert and anything. Okay, so we want to get the position of the toy. So we want to throw it in a random direction. I don't want the rotation to be so large. Let's randomize it in a very small range. Those things we don't need to change. Okay. Cosinus is not defined. Yeah. Cool. Now we can click stuff and stuff then kind of jumps around. Cool. And I think this deserves a comment. Very simple change. I actually also want to see, okay, this looks fine. It's not breaking the other interactions in this stuff. Nice. And now that we caught up with the Hacker News event, we can get back to our choppy rendering. So here is our to-do list. So first thing we should take care of is to handle the animation phases. Things seem to look good. I mean, I also don't really like the fact that we are using rect to rect. It's so robust, it just works. But I think there are some transforms which are not rect to rect, like rotations or scaling. I think we could rotate and scale choppy objects and still get smooth 60 frames per second. Okay, let's do the animation phases. So this is the command which tells us whether we're animating or not. And actually need to store this information in the recording. In this entry. I'm very hesitant about storing something anywhere because data redundancy especially is a source of many issues. With our massive cache entry, When we initialize, we can initialize this consistently. I don't think there is a difference between those two initializers. Draw matrix will have default called anyway. Yeah. So we only need to initialize the fields where we pass a value, actually.
Wojtek says,
Automat to the moon. Congrats being on Hacker News.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, that was so nice and such a good timing because we used to work on this website literally like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. So just in time for the Hacker News post. Yeah, and now we're slowly pushing this over. So invalidation and lag. I think this value, whether the object is animating or not, we should use it as a supplement to the invalidated timestamp. So in all of the places where we use invalidated, we should also take a look at the animation state. So the animation state is like a boolean, which means that the object is continuously invalidated. It doesn't even make sense to invalidate it, like to update this timestamp. Okay. I think here we should probably also go through the tree.
Connolly says,
LMAO Hacker News comments going wild.
I like them, and we already fixed like 3 different bugs that were caught by the people in the comment section. With the double pressing to zoom, with clicking, and that's it. Or maybe something else, I don't remember. So super nice to get this feedback. I mean, the website is just the front for Automat, and I haven't really seen any feedback related to Automat itself, just to the website, which is a little bit strange, but yeah. Okay, here I was actually thinking that maybe we should propagate the animation state animating. I'm not 100% sure, but maybe. Those are interesting places. Maybe we don't need the animation phase? So look at that. If we store the animation phase in a new variable, then only if the animation finished, change the invalidation to infinity. Otherwise, it's going to set to null. The less variables, the better, because if we store something for a long time, it can desynchronize from reality. Let's see if that works. I mean, it's not going to work yet. Or no, it will. Because if the object didn't return finished, we will change the invalidated to now. And during the next frame, we will pick it up. Cool. Let's see if this actually works. That was a very minimal change. I'll be very surprised if this fixes the animations. Like 3 lines. Yeah. Time for a debugger. Segmentation fault 48. This rings a bell. Okay, our tree of widget contains 270 widgets. Parent I is equal to 10. Oh, it's possible that the parent doesn't have an entry. Yeah. Let's look at the element number 10. The entry is null here. Yes, we need to do a null check here. So technically speaking, we don't need this, because the root entry always will have a cache entry. Okay, let's see. Okay. We're still getting some awkward errors. I think we should have... Oh, connections appeared. Nice. Interesting. So when I resize, the objects jump or not. They don't jump back to correct positions. If I close Automat like that, right, it exited successfully, which is a shock. So when the scale is small, everything seems to be fine. When I zoom, some objects just go crazy. But okay, we have working animations. So this is the first to do. Why is macro recorder initialized at the wrong position? Yeah, I'm also interested in that. It was here and then jumped here. I will temporarily disable the fix, and I want to see macro recorder rendered at the wrong position. Here. Its shadow is in the correct position. Okay, now it jumped. But the recorder itself was over there. Why does that happen? So here we init automat. During init automat we load state.
Kurtaraj says,
Yo, what is Automat? I checked twice but didn't get it.
Let me... Do I have any working builds? Actually... Okay, so this is the older build of Automat, which is kind of working. It's a game that should help you play games like Skyrim, where you have a ton of grind, where to get higher skill levels you have to repeat the same action over and over. The way it works is you can hook up objects to hotkeys. So this is a hotkey. This is a hotkey, and that hotkey is going to enable this object. So I can perform some action. So first I will run this hotkey. Now I can type something, and then I can stop it. And this produces a recording with all of the keys that I pressed. When I play this back, it will repeat the same macro. And this can be hooked up to other things like mouse, and in the future also those are just mouse buttons, also mouse position and gamepad. We're kind of slowly working on it. So it can repeat actions in games. Great stuff. If you know any games with gacha mechanics, or with a lot of time-consuming grind, it's perfect for that. I mean, perfect. It's not finished. We're still working on it. And you can see that Automat itself is more... It's kind of like AutoHotkey, because it can repeat actions, but it has a very unusual interface. The point of this interface is that it's extendable, because it's composed of like modules of small objects that can be combined. So Automat also has ambition, like over the long term, to do more than just playing games. I have a theory why this is rendered at the wrong position. But that's so strange, only macro recorder has wrong position.
The UI on the site looks dope.
Yeah, it tries to emulate kind of how Automat has those metaphors, right? Like visual metaphors. Like the parrot looks like a toy, a hotkey. I mean, the hotkey now looks like a regular widget, but there were flames. We just disabled the flames temporarily. And there are a lot of visual metaphors in the UI. The UI, we are spending a lot of time on it. The desktop app is nice. It's a little bit laggy, we are working on this, but it's going to get better soon. Okay, I think this is what may be causing the issue. So when we are rendering a location, we are asking it for the transform. But the display should be there. I am almost sure this is what's causing the issue. So during this first frame, something different must be happening here. So the display definitely has a value. We're actually not clearing this, so my guess would be that initially this is null. So during the first frame, or the first couple of frames actually, let me restart this. So initially we couldn't find transforms, but then eventually we did found them.
No, co-pilot. Seems like you're an OG dev.
Oh, of course I use Copilot. It's just behind my image. It's here. Okay, this is wrong. We cannot just use the square bracket because this allocates a default instance. We should actually call this get location transform or whatever. Get animation state. I think that was the issue. Let's see. There was still a glitch there. Yeah. Still something wrong with the scale. But we definitely fixed something already. I want the first frame to already show the final contents. I don't want to have any buggy frames at the start. And it seems right now we do have buggy frame. The first frame is enlarged. Let's look at the background, because the background should tell us a little bit. Is the background changing its size? No, it's not. I want to test more things. So if I unzoom it more and save it like that, okay, it looks fine. Except some crazy glitches here. Oh, it seems like it's related to this other bug that we are also having. Okay, so I think we fixed the issue. Let's bring back the animation. The correct animation handling. Where was that? This.
Yash Verma says,
Hello.
Hey, hello. Okay, it's super laggy, and we have this weird offset here. Even the bounding boxes are wrong, so we have a bug somewhere in the matrix layer. Here. Even if I don't do those things, then we will still see this movement. Okay. Yeah, we need this because this is what draws the top level window. So you can, if you look at the eyes of the parrot, you can see that parrot should really be here. Let's save it like that. This is a good state. Maybe we need more of those. Maybe we do. Okay, this should actually be handled by Skia. But let's double check. No, it's not helping. This is so strange because it doesn't affect connection widgets. It only affects the objects. in the default implementation returns identity. Something interesting. So location itself is not cached as a texture. So the recording that we are doing this is the recording. Let's not call it fake context. This is the actual context. Yeah, I think I know where the issue is. Because the location is not cached into a texture, we are not recording this as a bitmap, we are recording it as a sequence of drawing commands. So the widget draw function should do this. So before we call draw cached, we need to apply the transform from the parent. Actually, window does not have a parent, so it's irrelevant here. This is related to buttons. we need to actually go through, step through the drawing commands that we are building. For the So first of all, root machine has a texture size. So it's cached. So we have a texture and a canvas. So here we are creating a canvas for our root machine object. And we are properly positioning it. For example, offsetting it on screen so that it captures exactly what we want to render. And then we are calling draw. So then we are entering not location draw, machine draw. Let's go to this function. Actually, this is the default implementation. So from here, so we are calling some pre-draw children, that's fine. And then we're going into the visit children function. I should switch this to iterators. Iterators will be so much easier. But okay. The end is that we end with draw child subset. It should be called draw children span. And then for each child, we are going into draw child cached. So this is where we apply the transform. And then we are entering location draw cached. The location has no texture bounds, so it recursively calls draw. And this enters draw children. And then draw children span. So we have another transform here. And then we enter object draw cached. At this point we are looking up entry in the cache and we are calling drawable. Okay, so when we record stuff, things seem to be fine. Now let's look at the playback. I can see that when I run it, the macro recorder is actually rendered correctly. It's just positioned weirdly. So I think the recording is definitely good there. Yeah. Then the time comes to paint stuff. Sorry, what? So we are calling those render functions with canvas. We're actually not using the canvas itself. So this is the root canvas. We're only borrowing the context, allocating a new surface. I wonder if those root bounds are correct. Let me see. For some reason it snaps somehow at some point. I will position this so that the macro recorder is in the upper left corner. Oops. Now we need to find it. Okay, I should position it at the bottom left corner because we have origin in bottom left. Yeah, bottom 0. I can also position it here. Let's see. Yeah, also looks fine. Now, okay, this is when it's going crazy. Okay, it's clean. Now the position should be good. It is. Very good. Let's clean this. Sorry, let me zoom in now. And now it's still okay. So we are computing this position correctly still. So what happens? While we actually render the drawing commands. So first we create a surface for the root machine, properly sized. We are clearing it, nice. And then we are calling the playback. And we are calling this in this immediate mode. So when we are in this space, I think we are operating in initial initial matrix is identity, so position corresponds to pixels. Actually not. We are calling the recording. We are skipping the choppy drawable. Actually, this is a little confusing. The job of the render is to actually produce the surface. This is one of those messed up problems with matrices. I hate them. But we will power through this. So this does not play back this does not like rasterize the surface. This uses the recording to fill the surface. Right, this. And each of the recording already contains the surface offset and its own like total matrix. All of this looks good. It looks like we are applying some transform twice. So when we are playing the recorded drawing commands, so the transform which is actually messing up is the window transform somehow. For some reason it's applied only 2 locations. It's so weird that here the transform looks good, but when I start moving it to the left, we suddenly get stretching. Maybe this is this rect to rect? That would be weird. Okay, I want to print some values here, or maybe not print. I can actually debug them. Actually, it will be easier to print it. Yeah, so the size of the object does not change at all. Okay, I need to see the stack trace here. So our macro recorder is being drawn using all those Skia parents. But if we go up, 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 we end here. Okay, root machine. So when we're playing the draw commands from the root machine, so our canvas here doesn't have any transform. This is the identity. If we follow our nodes, We are starting the recording. This is such a messed up problem. Can I do this? Canvas is not a valid command. This debugger doesn't want to cooperate. Weird, something is causing us to apply the transform twice. Why do we do that? Stop debugging. Copilot is super clever, actually. It even knows what we want to look at. Although I'm not sure if scale is going to tell us anything. Yeah, it's this value is animated, and I mean it is. When I zoom in, it's going to increase, right? Do you have a feeling that it's sometimes squeezed a little bit, strangely? I definitely see some squeezing. But this matrix doesn't show anything like that. Maybe if I print it after rect to rect. So if we see squeezing here, then it's the fault of this crazy rect to rect. Yes, yes it is. See, those values are different now. Okay. I wonder why do we get scaling? This matrix also behaves kind of weirdly. Sometimes it's like that. Okay, it doesn't seem correct still. It's not the thing that we are looking for. Those scaling issues, they are coming from just integer, rounding to nearest integer. The matrix here does not show too much compression still. I thought that could be it, but I don't think it is. Oh, I think I have an idea. It's probably because of the clipping of something. So here we are clipping the root bounds. I guess we use them in some places. For instance here, to do the translation. If I do the version without clipping, I will generate huge textures, but yeah, the issue is going away. Okay. Still a little bit strange to me that it looked so weird. So we are creating a surface using the rounded root coordinates and clipped and rounded. And this is so weird. So when we have a surface here, even when we have this macro recorder, the surface bounds look good. Like it's 81 by 73 pixels. When I move it around on screen, this does not change. Even when it's off screen, it doesn't change. The local bounds, they never change. For some reason, when we remove the clipping, things fix themselves. So here we compute the root coordinates. Now it's 81 by 73. Now it's still 81 by 73, but rendered at a different, totally crazy position. I wonder what are canvas bounds? Maybe we're setting those badly. Actually, let me print those root bounds. They don't even seem to be clipped to me. They can go into negatives. Or maybe it's the bounce of the root canvas. Yeah, that might explain some things. So this is why when the canvas becomes fully visible, the issues are gone. And when it's occluded, it starts shifting objects to side. Yeah, when I'm removing the top position, this actually correctly remaps. Or not. Okay, so I am correctly positioning those widgets. Yeah, okay, I think I have it. We'll do it differently. We'll use this old approach with matrices. Okay, we should not use root bounds in this approach. Okay, I will make a short break and we will figure out this piece of code. Okay. So the thing is, our surface. Our surface was drawn with actually the correct matrix. Let's say we are drawing like the same surface under the same matrix as it was initially rendered. So we did record it. So if we just draw this surface, it's going to be massive. So we have to scale it down. We can... That has to go. This inverse is a really nice trick. And we could technically call the root position here, but it's not going to be correct because we are in the we are rendering to another texture. It's not the root coordinates don't matter now. Still crashing when I drop objects though. And that's nice. Look, when we don't render the whole object, it's actually going to be truncated here. Same should apply to macro recorder. Should. Oh, this is the macro recorder from... Actually, I don't know.
Bulldozer Cavalry says,
Hey, bro.
Hey. Okay, so what we really need to do here is map the lower left corner of the texture to the root coordinates.
Fun project, like Hypercard, but skeuomorphic.
I've heard about HyperCard, I never actually used it. I thought it was more like slideshows, like programmable slideshows. Yeah, it's going slowly. So I've been developing this for more than a year now. It's slowly starting to do stuff though, so yeah, we're slowly moving forward.
Nice, good luck. I found out about it on Hacker News.
Cool. Yeah, the whole start of the stream we've been actually going over the comments from Hacker News. And we fixed a bunch of issues with the website already. So the video used to restart when you picked this object. It doesn't. When you click stuff, now I kind of move objects around just so that you can see that they can be dragged. And double tap. There was also the double tap issue on iOS devices, which I think we fixed, but I don't have any iOS device to test it. We'll use our wrapper here. Is this going to be enough? No, it's not, because some of the objects can be clipped. Oh, and actually... Not only that, but we also need to map this in the opposite direction. Actually, if I do it here, that should work before messing with the matrix. Look at that. So the connection widget is drawn at the correct position, and just the scale is messed up. Oh, this is because we are not... Actually, I have no idea what's happening now. There should be a timer here. But it's not reacting to the scale at all. And this is actually good, maybe. Okay, so the problem is that we really need to break this problem down. It's maybe notes on rendering. It seems like a good place to do it, but this is such a messed place already. So we have those three phases. So we have recording, let's make it red, and then we have rendering, and then we have the compositing. In the recording phase, we have a tree of widgets. Arranged roughly like that. So we have root matrix. Generally speaking, any of those objects which is rendered to a texture, not all of them are, will have its own matrix. Let's say that there is a matrix here. So a bunch of matrices all over the place. When we record stuff, we don't know where stuff is on screen. Yeah, we don't even really know like the dimensions of the window. During the recording we need to take care to just record everything we can. Everything that's going to be necessary to composite this image back. So this is actually step 4. Okay, so step 4 is actually step 1 from here. So this is when we actually do the recording. I think we can store those rounded values in the entry. use entry here. So when we render an object,
G says,
I don't really understand, but keep the good work.
thanks. So let's say we have an object. This is an object. And we are rendering only a part of it. Okay, so on one frame we've done this, so we rendered a section of the object, and on the next frame our object could be like rotated somehow. Maybe it's not easy to see here. Let's make it look like a heart. So when we want to composite our new texture, we have to rotate it on screen. So when we render this object, so this is the root canvas, transform, total transform. So when we do the rendering, we move the screen to the lower left layer here. And render a section that canvas bounce. Yeah, actually we are recording all of the screen. We had a to-do to fix this. Okay, so this is the origin of our rendering commands. think the concept of root bounds doesn't have much sense, unfortunately. Because what we really are interested in are not the root bounds, but the bounds in the pixel space of the parent texture. We are getting there, slowly but surely. Actually, I will bring this back so that we can see some stuff. Okay, it's not perfect because this code uses this rect to rect, which doesn't handle clipping super well. What I actually wanted to do was to get rid of this translate. And instead move it here. It's left and top. Okay, we're still drawing stuff roughly correctly. Yeah, the timers even have times, nice. Okay. cleaning some small things. Cool. It's kind of weird to put it here. We're computing root bounds here, so it would probably make sense to also do it here. Let's disable this again. And enable that part. This seems like something that we could use. Can we also draw quads? Let's search Skia for any quad-related APIs. Okay. Restart. Oh, weird things are happening. So what do I have? So we have I actually wonder, we have this draw matrix here. Which we are actually setting in two different places. Yeah, I think it should only be updated if we're actually drawing it. Okay, in this fixed scaling, fixed. At least now when I grab an object and I zoom in, it actually gets larger. Sometimes too large. And this origin idea is wrong. I will just remove it for now. What is that? I just need to know which part of the object, of the local space of the object, was rendered. Be right back. You know, there are many things many approaches to do this. We could try to store the points of the rectangle that we are rendering, like the local coordinates. Actually, let's do that. So when we do this begin recording, so we will take the root bounds, but we will transform them into the local coordinate space. Yeah, I think that should be it. think if we use this approach, we can restore that. We can use draw bounds. You can see the choppy rendering. It's not really fully choppy, but we are getting glimpses of it. Okay. I still think this doesn't cover everything because rotations. We are still messing up rotations. But the nicest thing about this is that when we have a widget rendered at low resolution, on the next frame we can composite it using the lower resolution texture. This is amplified a lot right now. I wonder why they are white. I also wonder what's this rectangle here. Oh, now they changed. Okay, I think we are good for now. I wonder, should I remove this debug code or not? Probably it's better not to remove it yet. Why are they white? Oops. And why are they gone? Oh, it's because we are not releasing the textures. Nice. Okay, let's continue going through the list. So macro recorder initialization, I think we fixed that. Yeah.
Yash Verma says,
Hey, bro.
Hey, hello again. Let's do this resizing. It's actually not so straightforward to handle resizing. And that means we need to record scale of the drone object. Scale. I was thinking about scale. So here, this is the point where we know the scale. Okay, so we can compare those two values, draw matrix and lookout window. And this is just like being invalidated. I had a bit of code to do exactly that here. Oh, we should update this. But okay, let's first do scale. Okay. So basically widgets where the only scale has changed, they will have lag 0. you can see now that when I unzoom, when I quickly zoom back in, things are blocky for a moment and then they get sharpened. This is because we are reusing low resolution textures and then updating them. When we can. I actually wonder, am I going to exhaust memory like that? So, where is my VRAM? It's hard to say if we're using more or less. I think when we zoom very closely, then crazy things are happening. I don't know what's that. Is this memory? Something funny happened there. Our memory increases quite a lot when I zoom in. Because we are juggling those textures. Literally, the memory consumption is proportional to the zoom level. But this is sweet because we are only allocating textures for what's visible on screen. We should not have this much memory. Sorry, it's behind the text for you. So we shouldn't be using this much memory, really. Look at that, things almost work. I can even start a timer. And it's rendered in this new kind of choppy way. One thing that's strange to me is this block here. This is clearly part of the connection between timeline and the space. But for some reason, I mean, the opacity is 0, so we are not rendering it. I have to move it around. Yeah. Now it actually gets rendered. Oh yeah, look at that. When I change the size, it actually stretches the texture. That's cool. Okay, so we fixed the scale. Yeah. When building the tree, we can skip the widgets, which are totally outside. So we are doing the intersection checks here in step 3. Yeah, I think we should do it earlier because these continue. Yeah, it's just... we haven't been clipping them. This is why we were using too much memory. Oh wow, and yeah, we totally messed things up. The clipping needs to happen between this and this line. Because here we compute the full bounds. Here we should actually clip them. Let's put a ball intersects here. I think canvas bounce should be an integer here. Because here we want actual pixels. I will use around because there could be some accuracy issues, very subtle accuracy issues. So that should take care of the clipping. So maybe canvas bounce. Also, window bounce is not a great name. Or you know what? Let me get rid of this SKRect make. I will make it a regular SKRect. It's just I will use round to get integer values. Okay, now this intersection, we can use this. So when we are building the tree, so if the object doesn't have bounds, then we should assume that it does intersect. Entry is going to be empty. I think we only need to do that if the node intersects screen. I mean the current widget intersects screen, only then we need to search its children. Crazy things are happening. Okay, we will figure all this out. It's getting more and more stable, I would say, with each change that we do now. Now we should even be able to zoom like very closely. There are some jumps, right, when we do this zooming. This is caused by probably us updating the matrix kind of before rendering is finished. Anyway, BTOP. Let's see, memory consumption. 5 gigs. And crash. We must be using... Actually, I have no idea. Why is it crashing? Okay, animating, yeah. And there is actually something we should do here. So when the widget is being drawn, draw cached. So when we are drawing something that is cached, I think we are safe to return finished. Because this loop here, this frame packing loop, this is what's taking care of the invalidation logic. And this is what's handling the animation loop. Look at that, it's even fast sometimes. Are we back in business? Is it fast again? This is nice. I think we can always return finished if we are drawing from cache. Or could even do something different. We could do so depending on the value from the entry, it can only be set to maximum when the animation is finished. Actually, it's strange that we are not re-rendering this child, even though its texture clearly needs an update. How are we drawing this text box? Draw children, yeah. That should work. Okay, so that part is done. Why are we crashing after a couple of seconds? I think we figured this out. Because we haven't been really downscaling the surfaces properly. Oh, actually we are still crashing. So let's investigate why are we crashing at high zoom. I think when we fix this, performance should go up a little bit. Okay, we need to investigate many open threads. So why are we crashing at high zoom? Why is the text entry blurry? And why connection widgets are so large, even though they are invisible? Oh, and why the icons are white initially? Okay, we have so many mysteries to solve. And there is another very obvious problem. Why are we crashing when an object is dropped? Also, I think right now we are not doing any synchronization with Automat thread. So any interaction with actual Automat kind of logic, clicking any of those objects, it's all data races. Oh, look, and this object also doesn't... It wasn't really fully rendered. The left part was not included. Okay, let's try... Maybe we can solve the first mystery today. Still. cannot wait to do the multi-threaded rendering. This is when we will have like a smooth latency even in the bug builds. Okay, I'm grabbing an object, dropping it, and we have a crash. Cool. Okay, again, debug. Very weird things are happening to this connection widget. I grab it, I drop it, and we have the crash. Paint, pack frame. Okay, widget is empty, or was released. Widget is not empty. Okay, anyway, it is invalid. What could have this widget been? Okay, we actually do have some thread safety issue, right? Because the rendering, right now it happens on the main thread. So there is this paint function, and it's invoked by, yeah. So this is just the root rendering thread. But the mouse interaction happens somewhere else. Okay, this is actually waiting right now. So essentially, we started going through the widgets, and I suspect that our window here So window actually has connection widgets. Double check this. Sorry, I have to make the font smaller. Yeah, it looks like the connection widgets are right next to the root machine, on the same level. So this is only about visiting widgets in the correct order. If it's dragged, we first visit it. And then we visit the pointer. And then we visit the toolbar and the root machine. Okay, so this is thread safety issue, but we are working on this thing called multi-threading. Like this was one of the elements which actually pushed us to this new rendering model. So this is what we are doing right now. So let's fix this properly. And the proper fix for that will be to store widgets as shared pointers and weak pointers. And it may be fairly ambitious, but I will try to remove the path struct. So instead of keying by path, we will have so in the cache we can only have weak pointers because a strong pointer would keep the widget alive, and we actually want the entry to disappear when the widget disappears. When we initialize the cache entry, we should actually initialize it using let's use a move reference here. So when we are searching for an entry, instead of passing a path, we will pass Do weak pointers, can weak pointers be compared? Okay, there is a way to compare weak pointers. Nice. Okay, but because we have this order here, then we can actually store them more efficiently. Index by path, actually index by widget. This is what we want. I remember that literally days ago we were writing something that was doing binary search. Fine, sorted here. Okay, but this is actually pretty messed. Do I want to just have a sorted array? Searcher. Oh, but this is actually for longer streams.
Says, hello Jersey DOV. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you.
That's true. B search. Or binary search. And this is our comparator. So what's the issue? Is our comparator not good enough? Oh yeah, it's draw cache entry. Actually, those entries are not weak pointers. They are still unique pointers. But I don't think we can do that. No, we cannot. Okay, so at the end, low is always equal to high. This is what the while guarantees. Cool. Now this section. Actually, let me create a smaller function here. I think we can just return this low. And now we have this section here where we will do the same thing, except in those places we will actually insert it. So like that. Okay, so we need to make a copy of this. Let's make one explicitly. I think it's actually a good idea to have the explicit copy of weak pointer because it's using atomic operations. And they tend to be slow sometimes. I think weak pointers Actually, this check may be wrong here. I mean, one of them is guaranteed to be true. Okay, unless they are equal. Okay, if they are equal... I think that should work. I'm not super sure. Anyway, we have other places to update. And this is going to be Avalanche refactoring. So it's only going to get worse from here. This widget variable, yeah, we actually have to need a proper reference here, I guess. Window is a unique pointer. We have to change this into a shared one. And this will actually keep the widget alive. when we are visiting children. We cannot just visit pointers. Those need to be smart pointers. Ouch. Oh yeah, this is what's going to mess up the code. So this is a refactoring that will probably take a whole day. I think we can continue on Monday. Maybe over the weekend I will do a bit of that, but it's going to be a long escapade from here. When we are visiting children, they need to be shared pointers because they need to be kind of allocated. Yeah, I can start going through this, but it's going to take so much time. And I'm trying to also to design it in a way which wouldn't just destroy performance, because we will do some silly locking and unlocking. Okay, in the queue, we could actually have shared pointers. So when we are visiting them, we will actually make a copy and push this onto the queue. But then when we unpack it, it would be nice to move it out of this queue. Actually, I don't need this variable. I can use widget TMP. The only thing I actually need is this iParent. would be nice if we could get a move reference out of the like to the last element. Or actually, maybe we can do that. This avoids one atomic operation. I just wanted to avoid this ITMP. Okay, a couple more places need updating. Path. So now there will be no path. No path whatsoever. You know what? Maybe we can have a two-string operation for weak pointers. So this is what we need. Essentially, each widget is going to hold a pointer to its parent. So we are going to break this nice structure where the widgets are super small. Pretty much. I think that should work. So we need a span of shared pointers here. Fix this. And headers. Headers are most important. We should always start fixing everything with headers. Transform down. I think we should remove this from display context. Or maybe we can keep it here, but we will have to pass a widget argument. It's hard for me to figure out when we should use shared or weak, because in this case, for instance, I guess shared. I guess we should always use shared unless there is a reason not to. This will have to be fixed, but header is more important. So a path still could be useful as, I removed the path, as an object that holds a reference to a long sequence of widgets. This would avoid relocking weak pointers. This closest, we can also fix that eventually.
Evil Root says,
Hello, how it's going? Widget system, refactoring?
We got the new rendering system to work for a couple of minutes, but I'm refactoring just too much. So it's just a couple minute glimpse into a working system, and then it's broken again. But we are getting there. The new system seems to work. It's not as fast as the old one, but we haven't introduced multi-threaded rendering yet. To be honest, I'm not sure if it's display context. Maybe we should get rid of that. It's kind of like the same thing as display. Which probably makes sense. There are some places, quite a few places where we actually use this.
Interesting. Is it worker-based rendering you was talking about on one of previous streams?
Yeah. So the nice thing that we are seeing now are some of the artifacts from the deferred rendering. So when I zoom quickly, the zoom animation works fast, but the object is pixelated for just a couple of frames, and then it sharpens. So we're actually not doing the proper multi-threading yet. We're just delaying the composition of this, new object. But anyway, this doesn't really improve the frame rate yet, but we can see how it will look a couple of sessions from now, when it's finished. Okay, I will get rid of this display context. This may be a big mistake, but it doesn't seem necessary. Oh, look at that, guess display context. If there is no display context, then we don't need to guess anything. Yeah, because we are storing everything within widget, we don't need this anymore. So bye-bye. Okay. Headers. Headers are the most important. Library timer, what? No, we don't need this anymore. Okay, this needs to be moved below the definition. So here. Let's just pass it as a copy. Display context was just a wrapper around animation display and a pointer to a widget. Phew. We're using a method to override it if we need to. Okay, this is not going to be efficient, but it's going to work at least. This is what Copilot could do for me. Puff. Shell or weak pointer, I don't know. We'll have to change them back and forth all over the place. So much memory is wasted by those pointers. There's no way around it, and I'm afraid I will actually need another pointer in the widget class. Because when it wants to draw itself, it needs to find a cache entry that matches its weak pointer. Kind of need to store them as weak pointers because the widgets can be deallocated, and then we actually want to allow this, and we want the entry to know that the control block needs to stay in memory. Okay, so when we are looking up the widget, let's derive from sometimes Copilot knows. So that was another 16 bytes for each widget for this one small base class.
Dropanaeus says,
Hi.
Hey, so I'm actually finishing right now, but generally speaking, so this is the working build. So this is a, do you know AutoHotkey for automating, I don't know, macros in games? So this is like AutoHotkey, but with a more visual, more graphical interface.
What are you working on?
says, hello Dropanaeus. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you, Dropanaeus says.
Nice job.
Please ignore that. I have a detector which detects Polish language. And I don't know, for some reason your name maybe sounded like Polish to this system. Anyway, so this is what we're doing. And right now we are switching the rendering system a bit to make it multi-threaded. So the stuff that I just showed you, that was the release build. It works pretty smoothly. We are just changing everything about rendering. It's a massive refactoring. Earlier today we actually got this to render. So we got some correct renders, let's say.
Dropanaeus just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow.
You deserve my follow.
The Evil Root says,
I'd say Job might be Polish word in some universe.
So the thing I'm using is LinguaGo, and there is this library for Go, which is super easy to use and does statistical language detection. It's not great, like you see.
Dropanaeus says,
And super easy for flags.
Okay, I was going to... Okay, invalidate draw cache is going to be super simple now.
the Evil Root says,
You can run another checker for English text. And if one model says it's not English and another says that it's Polish, then it is.
Yeah, I think just removing the usernames from the detector would already help. I just need to sit down and change this. It's absolutely not impossible. Okay, this is const. Okay, I will just remove this const from here. Okay, so we are going through all of the windows, and in each Windows cache. Yeah, some things are actually simpler now. Only some. What is this exposition only member object? Okay. It's so annoying. You know what, I will keep this as const, because it's going to just mess up so many things. Instead, I will do this. Something that's going to break all the standards. Oops. I know. I just need to put the const cast before. So we are iterating over an array of shared pointers. We need to do this with references. we don't need to push any paths or pop any paths. Okay, I was going to end. I will end this here, and next stream we can make this work. Okay then. See you on Monday, where we will continue our rendering, refactoring.
Knight says,
Have a nice day.
Thanks. See ya.